Traveler, I welcome you tonight with quiet gratitude. This is your time, your sanctuary, your hour to release the noise of the day. You have carried thoughts, tasks, and voices from the waking world, and now you may set them gently aside. Let the chair or the bed beneath you hold the weight of your body fully. No effort needed, only rest. Your breath moves slowly, steady, like a tide that rises and falls, carrying you into calmer waters. The story before you is not hurried. It does not demand. It only waits, patient, ready to surround you when you are ready. And if you subscribe, it truly helps me bring you more journeys for the nights ahead. More pathways into quiet, each one shaped with care, arriving week by week. So thank you for being here tonight, for choosing this moment, for letting yourself drift toward the library before time. Before the doors open fully, let me offer you a glimpse, a small preview. You will arrive at a land where no map dares to reach, where the air carries the scent of dust and forgotten paper. At first, you may see only a structure half swallowed by stone, an archway carved with sigils whose meaning escaped even the oldest scholars. You will step beyond the threshold and discover that the halls stretch in directions that should be impossible. Corridors spiral upward into ceilings that vanish in dim light. Staircases lean sideways into shadows that feel neither threatening nor safe. The shelves do not hold books in the way you know them. Some are bound in glass, some etched in silver sheets. Some whisper faintly when you pass by. You may find a single lamp still burning, though no hand has tended it for countless ages. Its glow warm, its silence heavy, and at moments you may sense presences near you. Readers who came long before your time, whose footsteps echo faintly in chambers that seem alive with memory. Nothing here is ordinary, and yet everything invites you deeper, like a dream that unrolls one page at a time. This is the library before time, and tonight you are the traveler who will walk its halls. So close your eyes if you wish. Let the doors begin to open and step forward into the first waiting chamber. You arrive at the edge of a plateau, the air around you still and cool. Before you stands the library, not a building in the sense you know, but a vast facade carved into the rock face, arches rising higher than your sight can measure. The stone is worn smooth as though it has been touched by endless years, yet the carvings remain sharp, patterns like spirals, constellations, and doorways nested within doorways. You take a single step closer, the ground firm beneath you, each footfall echoing faintly, though there are no walls to carry the sound. A great archway waits, and within its hollow center is darkness. No door, no barrier, only a vast space that seems to hum with quiet energy. You pause, sensing that this is more than an entrance. It feels alive, as though it observes you in return. When you lift your hand to the carved stone, the surface is cool, smoother than glass, and beneath your fingertips you feel the faintest vibration, like a heartbeat deep within the wall. The arch welcomes you, without words, without voice, yet you know you may step through. So you do, the moment you cross the threshold. The world shifts. Air heavy with the scent of parchment and dust flows around you. The sound of distant pages turning drifts through the stillness, slow and patient, as though an unseen reader flips them one by one. Your eyes adjust, revealing shelves that rise far into the dimness above, their ladders leaning like silent guardians. Each book looks different. None are alike. Some are vast as doors, some no larger than your palm. Some glow faintly at the edges as though written in light. Instead of ink, you move slowly down the first aisle, fingertips brushing the spines. Some feel rough, others smooth like polished stone. One even shifts slightly under your touch, as though the story within it is restless. You pause when you notice a book lying open on a lectern of dark wood. Its pages ripple slightly, though no breeze stirs the air. Symbols move across the parchment, changing shapes as you look at them. You cannot read them, yet you feel their meaning brush the edge of your mind. Not words, but impressions. A story of travel, of skies folding into one another, of footsteps across endless sand. The sensation is gentle, not overwhelming, like a dream you only half remember. You draw back, letting the book continue its quiet shifting. At the end of the aisle, a staircase spirals upward, its railing wrought from iron shaped into curling patterns. It leans slightly, as though bending toward you, an invitation. The air above glows faintly golden, suggesting some chamber beyond. You rest your hand on the rail, feeling it warm, steady, guiding. Step by step you ascend, the echoes of your movement blending with the distant whisper of unseen pages. The spiral carries you higher than seems possible, yet the climb is effortless, like drifting upward rather than walking. At last, you reach a small circular platform, ringed with alcoves. Within each alcove rests an object, not a book, but something older. A glass sphere that glimmers faintly, a mask carved of ivory, a fragment of stone etched with constellations. You do not recognize. Each alcove seems to breathe softly, with its own presence. You feel drawn toward them, though you do not yet reach out. The library waits, endless, and you sense this is only the beginning. You pause upon the platform, the objects watching in silence, their meanings patient, waiting without hurry. The platform beneath your feet feels steady, though the air here is lighter, almost expectant. You turn slowly in the circle, letting your gaze move from alcove to alcove, each holding a relic as though carefully placed long ago. The glass sphere glimmers first, faint waves of color drifting within it like liquid light. When you draw a step closer, you notice shapes inside the sphere, silhouettes of towers, bridges, mountains rising and falling, as though entire lands live within its glow. The surface is smooth, cool to the touch, yet you feel a pulse of warmth echoing through your fingertips. You pull back gently, not wishing to disturb what sleeps inside. Another alcove holds the ivory mask, its surface carved with delicate swirls, eyes hollow yet filled with faint shadow. You lean close, and for a moment you hear something faint, a chorus of whispers layered atop one another, voices from ages past, each one drifting through the empty eyes of the mask. The sound is neither frightening nor clear, but it brushes against you like forgotten memories. You exhale slowly, letting the sound fade. The last alcove holds the stone fragment, etched deeply with constellations you have never seen in any sky. The lines connect stars into shapes that do not belong to beasts or figures you recognize. Instead, they form spirals, endless pathways, labyrinths traced among the stars. When your hand brushes the surface, the grooves glow faintly blue, a light that shivers across your palm and disappears just as quickly. Each relic feels alive in its own way, not demanding attention, only offering it if you choose. You step back into the center of the platform, the relics watching in patient silence. Above you another staircase rises, thinner, narrower, winding higher still. You begin to climb, hand trailing along the railing, the air cooler as you ascend, carrying with it the dry scent of parchment. The steps creak softly under your weight, not with weakness, but with recognition, as though they know you are here. The climb feels longer than before, the spiral winding tight. At last you emerge into a vast chamber. The ceiling disappears into shadows, arches rising higher than mountain, chandeliers of crystal suspended on invisible chains, glowing faintly. The shelves here are broader, filled with tomes larger than tables, pages bound in leather, stone, even sheets of hammered metal, etched with fine script. A faint hum fills the air, low and steady, the sound of countless words pressed together over centuries. You walk slowly among the shelves, your footsteps muffled, as though the floor itself has grown soft to protect the silence. On one table rests a book half open, though no hand has touched it. The pages are black, not with ink but with smooth glassy darkness. Across the surface symbols glow, fading in and out like constellations, shifting in the night sky. As you lean closer, you notice the light of the symbols casting shadows on the table, but the shadows move in directions that do not match your position. You feel the urge to touch, yet hold back. The book seems to sense your hesitation, for the symbols fade gently away, leaving the pages blank and dark. You continue on, weaving through the chamber. In the far wall, a doorway stands open, framed by a delicate arch of silver metal. Beyond it glimmers a faint glow, golden and warm, pulsing slowly like the heartbeat of the library itself. You pass through. The corridor beyond is narrow, the walls lined with mirrors instead of shelves. Each mirror reflects you as you pass, though the reflections shift subtly. In one you walk taller, draped in robes you have never worn. In another you carry a lantern, glowing brighter than any flame. In another your face is older, lined with years you have not lived, yet your eyes shine with quiet calm. You keep moving, reflections slipping past you, one after another. At the end of the corridor the mirrors vanish, opening into a round chamber, lit by a single column of light, falling from far above. In the center stands a pedestal, upon it a small book bound in pale cloth. The cover bears no title, no mark, only the faint trace of a handprint pressed long ago. The light from above touches it gently, as though keeping it alive. You step closer, breath quiet, the air hushed, as though waiting. You do not yet touch the book, only stand before it, feeling its quiet pull. The chamber holds its breath with you, and the library around you waits, fading into quiet light. You stand before the pedestal, the pale cloth cover glowing softly under the column of light. The handprint upon it is faint, pressed so long ago that it seems part of the fabric itself. You lift your hand slowly, hovering just above it. The air between your palm and the book is warm, alive, as though unseen threads stretch from one to the other. When at last your skin brushes the surface, the chamber responds. The light above flares brighter, and the walls shimmer as though woven from water. The floor beneath you trembles gently, not enough to startle, but enough to remind you that this library breathes and shifts with every choice. The book opens on its own, the cloth cover falling back with a whisper that sounds like pages rustling in distant rooms. Inside, the paper is translucent, faintly glowing. At first, the words are not words at all, only flowing lines that curve and spiral across the surface. But the longer you look, the more they change. They become impression visions pressing into your mind. You see a tower built on nothing, its base floating above clouds. You see countless figures walking its stairs, each one a traveler, each one carrying something precious and leaving with something unseen. The tower fades, replaced by a vision of endless shelves, stretching not only outward but downward, deep beneath the ground where roots of stone twist around them. You glimpse faint shapes moving in the depths, guardians perhaps, or only shadows stirred by thought itself. The visions end as the page glows brighter, and words form clearly at last. They do not speak directly, yet you understand them. They tell you that the library before time was not built, it was found, that it drifts between ages, touching each world for only a breath before vanishing again, and that every traveler who enters leaves a trace, a story added to its endless collection. The book closes softly, though you did not touch it. The light above dims to its original glow. You step back, heart steady, breath quiet. The chamber feels different now, more open, as though a hidden passage has been revealed. Indeed, in the far wall, a seam of light runs down the stone, outlining a door that was not there before. You walk toward it. The door slides open without sound, revealing a descending staircase carved from black stone. The air is cooler here, carrying with it a metallic scent, like iron and rain. You begin to descend, each step echoing softly. The walls narrow slightly, the ceiling lowering, until the stairwell spills into a cavernous hall beneath the library. Here the shelves are stranger still. They do not hold books, but objects suspended in glass frames. A feather that glimmers faintly, though no bird you know possesses such color. A fragment of clay tablet, etched with markings that seem to shift when you blink. A tiny vial of liquid glowing faintly blue, suspended in the air as though gravity has forgotten it. Each frame hums softly, like a voice too quiet to hear. You walk between them slowly, the silence broken only by the soft thrum of unseen energy. At the far end of the hall stands a door of polished bronze, its surface reflecting you dimly, but your reflection does not move as you do. It lingers, delayed by seconds, watching you with eyes that seem almost separate from your own. You hesitate, then place your hand upon the bronze. It is warm, pulsing with life. The reflection leans forward too, mirroring you at last. The door opens inward, soundless. Beyond lies another chamber, this one circular, its walls lined with towering shelves that curve like a spiral galaxy. At the center of the floor, a great symbol glows faintly, etched in silver. It resembles the constellations on the stone fragment you saw earlier, spirals of stars crossing one another in impossible patterns. The moment you step into the circle, the air shifts. The shelves whisper, pages turning themselves unseen. The glow beneath your feet pulses once, twice, and then the chamber grows still again. You are inside the spiral hall now, a place where time feels thinner, stretched. The books here do not wait to be opened. They hum as though already speaking. You walk slowly, surrounded by quiet voices that rise and fall like the breath of the library itself. Every step carries you deeper, farther from what is known, drifting beyond the edge of thought. The spiral hall seems endless, the shelves curving inward, yet never closing. Your footsteps make no sound now, as though the library itself absorbs them. Each book glows faintly, not with fire or light, but with memory, a subtle shimmer like moonlight on still water. When you pass close to one shelf, a book slides gently forward, hovering in the air before you. It does not open on its own. It only waits, as if asking permission. You reach out, and the cover feels like cool stone beneath your fingertips. The moment you touch it, the pages flutter open. Instead of words, you see images spilling across the parchment. A desert of silver sand stretching beneath black skies, a procession of cloaked figures carrying lanterns shaped like stars, a tower in the distance, built entirely of glass, reflecting a sun that is not in the sky. The images blur softly, dissolving back into pale light. You close the book, and it drifts back into place among the shelves. As you move onward, another book slides forward, then another. Each one offers you glimpses, fragments of worlds long gone or never born. A city that floats upside down above a still sea, a market where no one speaks aloud, yet every thought is traded openly, a staircase that climbs into the hollow of a shattered moon. The visions fade each time, leaving you with echoes, half memories of places you may never see again. The spiral curves on, and as you walk, you notice the air shifting. It grows warmer, carrying with it a faint scent of smoke, not sharp, but ancient, like wood burned long ago and forgotten. You follow the curve until the shelves give way to an open arch. Beyond it lies a wide hall, lit by torches that burn with flames of pale blue. The flames cast no heat, only light, and the shadows they create move slowly on their own. In the center of the hall stands a long table carved from a single slab of black stone. Around it are empty chairs, each one tall and high-backed. The table is covered in scrolls, parchments, fragments of maps that look too old to survive. You walk closer. One scroll is unrolled halfway across the stone, marked with drawings of islands floating in the air, each tethered to another by chains. Another parchment shows a diagram of doors, layered within doors, endless arches folding into themselves like reflections in mirrors. The ink has not faded, though it must have been drawn before memory itself began. You place your hand on the stone table and feel a deep vibration beneath your skin. Not a sound, but a resonance, as though the table remembers voices that once sat here. For a moment you imagine the chairs filled, cloaked figures, leaning forward to speak softly to one another. The memory lingers only an instant, then fades, leaving the table silent once more. At the far end of the hall, another set of doors waits, massive and carved with spirals that mirror the symbol you saw on the floor earlier. You approach slowly, the blue torches flickering as you pass. The doors open without touch, swinging wide to reveal a chamber beyond. This room is darker, quiet. The shelves here, older than any you have seen before. Dust lingers in the air, sparkling faintly in the thin light that filters down from a ceiling you cannot see. The books here are heavier, their bindings cracked, their pages bound with cords instead of stitching. Some are sealed with locks of iron, others with wax pressed deep with strange symbols. The silence here is deeper than before, as though the very air listens for secrets. You step into the chamber, each breath slow, steady. The shelves stretch endlessly, and you know that the further you go, the stranger the library will become. Yet you continue, drawn onward. The chamber of sealed volumes breathes with a stillness unlike any you have known. Every step you take stirs faint motes of dust, each one glimmering briefly before dissolving into the air. The bindings on these books seem alive, cords pulsing faintly, wax seals warm beneath the faintest glow. You pause at one shelf, where a book of obsidian rests upright, its surface reflecting your face in strange distortion. When you lean closer, the reflection does not mimic you perfectly. It tilts its head slowly to one side, as if examining you instead. The book remains closed, yet a pressure lingers in your thoughts. You step back, and the reflection softens, fading until the surface is once again still. Further down the row you find a tome bound in pale hide, its lock a simple band of silver. You brush your fingers across the band, and it shivers open without resistance. The cover creaks as you lift it, and the air shifts. Inside are pages not of paper but thin sheets of translucent crystal. Etched into them are lines that shimmer faintly, each stroke of light rearranging itself as you watch. The shapes form maps, not of land or sea, but of memory. You see pathways of thought connecting to one another, spirals of remembrance that weave like constellations. For a moment, you recognize something among them, a flicker of your own past, a moment hidden even from yourself. It vanishes as quickly as it appeared, swallowed by the flow of shifting light. You close the book gently, and the lock seals itself once more. The shelves continue, deeper and deeper, the silence heavier. At the end of the row stands a narrow archway, so low you must bow your head to pass through. Beyond it lies a circular chamber, smaller than the others. The walls are bare stone, smooth and unmarked. In the center of the room floats a single orb of pale fire, suspended above a pedestal of rough marble. It rotates slowly, casting soft light across the chamber. The glow reveals markings on the floor, spirals carved shallow into the stone, each line curving toward the pedestal as though drawn to it. You step closer, and the fire shifts. It does not flare or burn. It only changes color, becoming a soft gold that pulses with your heartbeat. The warmth spreads through the chamber, gentle, steady. The spiral carvings on the floor begin to glow, following your steps as you circle the pedestal. The orb hums faintly, like a voice just beyond hearing. You pause, listening, but the hum offers no words, only presence. Still you sense that it waits, not demanding, but patient, as though offering itself. If you choose, you extend a hand toward it, and though you do not touch it, the warmth brushes your skin. The glow deepens, then settles, the chamber once again quiet. You withdraw your hand slowly, leaving the orb to its silent vigil. On the far side of the chamber, a crack in the stone wall shimmers with faint light. You walk toward it, and as you draw near, the crack widens, revealing a hidden stair spiraling downward. The steps glisten faintly with moisture, the air cooler, carrying the distant sound of dripping water. You descend carefully, each step echoing into the unseen depths below. The spiral loosens, opening into a cavern vast and hollow. The library continues here, though it has become something different. Shelves are carved directly into the rock, their books grown heavy with age, some fused to the stone itself. The air is damp, filled with the scent of minerals and ancient echoes. You step forward slowly, eyes adjusting to the dim glow. Somewhere deeper you sense motion, faint ripples across the silence. The cavern library stretches onward. You move carefully through the vast cavern beneath the library. The air grows cooler, damp against your skin, carrying the faint scent of stone and something older, something hidden for ages. Shelves rise directly from the rock walls, their surfaces rough and uneven, books fused partially into the stone itself. Some are cracked open as if frozen mid-reading, others sealed tightly with leather straps that seem almost alive. You reach out to one bound in dark brown hide, its surface rough yet warm under your fingertips. The instant you touch it, a soft vibration spreads through the stone floor beneath you. A low hum rises, faint at first, then stronger, as though the library itself is aware of your presence. You pull the book free, and the pages flutter softly, though there is no wind. On the sheets are diagrams, unlike any you have seen, spirals folding into circles, lines connecting stars and constellations. that exist nowhere in any sky you have known. The images shimmer faintly, moving as you look, never staying the same for more than a breath. You feel an odd vertigo, as if the hall itself is bending around the knowledge contained here. You close the book gently, placing it back on the shelf, and the hum fades into silence once more. A passage ahead narrows into a tunnel carved of black stone, faint light flickering along the walls. You step inside, the sound of dripping water echoing hotly around you. The walls curve in ways that confuse your sense of direction, yet you feel drawn forward, compelled by something unseen. At the tunnel's end, a pool of still water stretches before you, dark and glassy, reflecting not only the chamber, but something more. Your reflection shimmers strangely, flickers between ages, younger, old, even cloaked in strange robes you do not recognize. The surface of the water quivers, though there is no breeze. You kneel beside it, fingertips hovering over the liquid surface. For a moment you think you see another world beneath it, towers and bridges suspended in nothingness, figures walking streets that vanish into fog. A ripple distorts the image, and you feel a gentle pull, not downward, but inward, toward the vision itself. You step back quickly, letting the reflection settle back to normal. The pool lies still again, the tunnel beyond revealing a faint glow that seems to breathe softly. You rise and follow the light, stepping carefully over stones slick with moisture. The tunnel opens into a new chamber, circular again, lined with crystal shelves that hum faintly with hidden energy. Each shelf holds a single object, rather than a book. A fragment of glass etched with words you cannot read, a mask carved of pale wood, a sphere glowing faintly like captured moonlight. The objects seem aware of your presence, responding to your gaze with subtle shifts of light and shadow. You move among them slowly, fingertips brushing the surfaces. A sense of quiet anticipation fills the chamber, not pressure, not demand, but a soft expectation. It feels as though this room itself is alive, and every object contained within waits for something you cannot yet name. You linger, letting your senses drink in the calm, the hidden motion, the silent hum of time suspended. Finally, you turn toward a narrow doorway at the far side, faintly carved with spiral symbols like those on the floor of the spiral hall above. The door seems to pulse faintly with a soft golden light. You step forward slowly, leaving the chamber behind. You pass through the doorway, stepping into a long hall that stretches farther than the eye can follow. The walls curve gently outward, lined with shelves that float slightly above the ground. Books hover silently in place, some old pages moving as if turned by invisible hands. A faint golden dust drifts through the air, settling softly on the edges of each tome. You move forward slowly, listening to the hush of the hall. Somewhere in the distance a bell chimes faintly, low and resonant, echoing through the space in uneven rhythms. The sound carries warmth, like a memory calling you home, yet it belongs to no place you know. As you walk, a narrow side passage catches your eye, its entrance framed with a delicate arch carved from silver stone. You step inside, the passage tight and winding, the walls smooth and cool against your hands. A faint light glows from above, soft as a whisper, guiding your steps gently forward. The corridor opens into a circular chamber, smaller than the spiral hall. At the center rests a pedestal of black marble, polished smooth, yet etched with symbols you cannot recognize. Upon it lies a book bound in deep indigo, its cover shimmering faintly. You approach, the air growing warmer as if welcoming you closer. The moment your fingers brush the cover, the symbols glow softly, forming lines that move like rivers of light. The pages open gently under your touch, though no hand lifts them. Inside are sketches of impossible architecture, towers spiraling into the clouds, bridges stretching over voids that should not exist, rooms stacked within rooms, doors that open to places you cannot name. The drawings shimmer and shift, rearranging themselves as though the book remembers your gaze. You feel a pull toward the pages, a desire to step inside, yet you hesitate, knowing the library watches. A faint draft brushes your cheek, carrying the scent of ink and rain. You turn slightly, noticing that the chamber is larger than it first seemed. Along the walls, niches hold objects, each glowing faintly. A sphere of glass that ripples as though liquid, a small mask carved from bone, a shard of metal etched with spiraling runes. The objects seem to breathe in time with your own heartbeat. You move slowly among them, each one tugging at your curiosity. Your fingers hover over the glass sphere, but you do not touch. It shivers faintly, like water disturbed by a breeze. The mask leans slightly toward you, though it rests on the shelf. Even the shard of metal glows warmer as you pass. The chamber is quiet except for the faint hum of unseen energy. You pause in the center, letting your senses drink in the stillness. The pedestal with the indigo book pulses faintly, as though alive. Beyond the chamber, a narrow stair spirals upward, etched into the wall itself. The faint golden glow guides your steps. You begin to climb, each footfall echoing softly, blending with the quiet hum of the library around you. The stair curves higher and higher, leading you into unknown chambers above. And as you ascend, the hall below seems to breathe slowly, fading into shadows and distant light. You rise without effort, your mind soft, your heart steady, drifting beyond the edge of thought. The spiral stair carries you upward, winding tightly through the stone walls. Each step feels lighter than the last, as though the air itself is lifting you. A soft golden glow drifts down from above, shifting gently like liquid sunlight. At last, the stairs open into a wide chamber. The ceiling stretches high, lost in shadow. Faint lights hovering like distant stars. Shelves line the walls, carved of pale stone, filled with books bound in strange materials. Some shimmer faintly like silk, others are rough and jagged like bark. You step forward slowly, the air warm and calm. Along the far wall, a series of arches beckon, each one glowing faintly with a soft blue light. You move closer, drawn to the largest arch. The archway reveals a room unlike any you have seen. It is circular, its floor a mosaic of silver and deep blue tiles. At the center, a pedestal of crystal rises, transparent yet solid, catching the faint light and bending it into soft rainbows. Upon the pedestal rests a single object, a small hourglass. The sand within flows upward instead of down, grains glowing softly with golden light. You approach, the hum of the chamber low and steady. When you lift the hourglass, a vibration runs through your fingers. Images appear in the air around it, fragments of moments long past. A marketplace from centuries ago, voices shouting, laughter drifting on warm air. A library much like this one, yet older, fewer shelves, more shadows. A tower collapsing into mist, figures running along its stairs, faces blurred and indistinct. Each vision lasts only a moment, fading before you can focus. You place the hourglass back, letting it settle on the pedestal. The blue glow of the arch shifts slightly, revealing a narrow corridor beyond. You walk through, the walls lined with mirrors this time. Each reflection shows you differently. Taller, younger, older, cloaked in robes of gold and silver. You pause at one mirror. Your reflection tilts its head slightly, and for a brief moment it smiles. You cannot tell if it is invitation or warning. Moving onward, the corridor curves sharply, opening into another chamber. Here the shelves are arranged in spirals on the floor itself. Books rise and fall like waves, the tops glowing faintly as they tilt toward one another. You walk among them slowly, each one humming softly as you pass. A book leans toward you suddenly, its pages blank at first. Then letters form, glowing faintly in pale gold, words that feel familiar, though you cannot place their meaning. You read slowly, each word resonating in your chest. They tell of travelers who once found this library, of choices made and paths taken, of secrets gathered and kept, and of the quiet patience of time itself. The book closes gently, floating back to its place among the glowing spiral of shelves. You step back, letting the hum fade into silence. At the far side of the chamber, a narrow arch glows faintly. You move toward it, feeling the pull of curiosity and wonder. The light ahead seems alive, breathing softly in time with your own heartbeat. And as you cross the threshold, the chamber behind you fades into quiet light. Waiting without hurry, you step through the glowing arch, leaving the spiral chamber behind. The corridor beyond stretches wide, its walls lined with carved niches. Each niche holds an object bathed in faint, shifting light. Some are familiar, a small globe of silver, a mask carved of pale bone. Others are strange, a vial of liquid that seems to float against gravity, a fragment of mirror that does not reflect your face. You move slowly along the corridor, fingertips brushing the edges of the niches. The air grows cooler, carrying the faint scent of smoke and old paper. A soft murmur reaches your ears, faint, like voices just beyond understanding. You pause, straining to listen. The whispers shift and fade, leaving only the quiet thrum of the library. Ahead, the corridor narrows, the walls bending slightly inward. You step carefully, the floor smooth and cool beneath your feet. At the end of the hall, a stair spirals upward, carved directly into the stone wall. The steps are narrow, worn smooth by countless travelers. As you climb, the air shifts again, warmer now, carrying a subtle scent of honey and aged parchment. The stair opens into a chamber, unlike any before. Here, the shelves are arranged in circles, stacked one atop another like layered crowns. Books of every size and shape fill the shelves, some floating gently a few inches above the surface. A soft golden light filters down from above, illuminating the titles in letters that twist and shimmer. You walk among the circular stacks, each turn revealing new objects and books. A small mirror floats at eye level, its surface rippling like water. When you look into it, you see not only your reflection, but glimpses of places you have been and places you have not. A door appears at the far side of the chamber, carved from dark wood and etched with spirals. It hums faintly, pulsing with light and rhythm with your heartbeat. You approach cautious, a golden light warming your skin. As you reach for the handle, the door opens without sound, revealing a room of floating platforms. Each platform is suspended in air, connected by faint ribbons of light that seem fragile yet hold firm. Books and objects rest upon the platforms, moving slowly as though carried by currents unseen. You step onto the first platform, feeling a subtle sway beneath your feet. The air hums softly, warm and comforting. Each platform carries you high deeper into the chamber. At the center, a pedestal rises above all others. Upon it rests a globe carved from crystal. Inside, faint lights drift like stars caught in liquid. You reach out, and the globe vibrates softly beneath your fingertips. Images flicker inside. Cities, towers, endless halls. You withdraw your hand slowly, letting the vision settle once more. The platforms carry you to the edge of the chamber. A final archway glows ahead, pale and inviting. You step through, leaving the suspended platforms behind. The chamber closes softly behind you, the hum fading into quiet shadow. You step into the corridor beyond the arch. The air cooler now, scented faintly of wet stone and old ink. The walls are smooth, yet shimmer slightly as you walk past. You notice subtle ripples in the stone, like the corridor itself breathes. Faint light glows from cracks high above, casting patterns that move slowly, dancing across your path. Your footsteps echo softly, each one swallowed by the quiet around you. Along the wall, a series of doors appears, each carved from different materials, one of deep blue metal, etched with lines that twist like flowing water, another of pale wood, carved with spirals and stars that seem to shift as you pass. You reach for the metal door, the surface warm beneath your fingers. It opens inward without resistance, revealing a chamber vast and round. Shelves curve along the walls, stacked higher than you can see. Books float gently between the shelves, moving slowly as though alive. A low hum fills the space, soft and constant, vibrating through your chest. You step deeper into the chamber, careful not to touch anything accidentally. At the center, a stone dais rises slightly above the floor. Upon it rests a single object, a small mirror framed in silver. You approach slowly, the reflection within shimmering faintly. When you look into it, you see not only yourself, but fleeting glimpses of the library's past. Travelers who came before, shadows moving between shelves, doors opening and closing on their own. A tower of glass in another world, stretching endlessly into clouds that shimmer with impossible light. You blink, and the images vanish, leaving only your own calm reflection. A narrow stair spirals upward along the far wall, polished black stone, worn smooth by countless footsteps. You begin to climb, the hum growing fainter with each step. The stair opens into a new chamber, circular once again. Here the shelves are irregular, stacked in a pattern that seems impossible. Some float above the ground, others embedded in walls at angles that make your head tilt. The books hum softly, a melody without sound. In the center of the chamber, a pedestal rises. Upon it rests a delicate crystal sphere. Inside, tiny lights drift like stars in water. You reach out, and the sphere pulses softly beneath your fingers. Visions appear inside, hallways of the library twisting upon themselves. Travelers moving slowly along, floating staircases. You withdraw your hand, letting the sphere settle back onto the pedestal. Along the far wall, another archway glows faintly. You step through the chamber behind you, fading into quiet light. The library stretches onward, corridors and chambers waiting without hurry. And as you move forward, you sense that every step carries you further from the known, drifting beyond the edge of thought. You step through the glowing archway, leaving the crystal chamber behind. The corridor beyond twists unexpectedly, walls curving inward and outward as though the library itself reshapes around you. The floor beneath your feet ripples faintly, soft like cloth, though it feels solid. Faint lights float just above the surface, moving slowly, tracing paths that vanish as you follow. Along the walls, niches hold objects that hum softly. A small metal cube glows pale green, suspended as if gravity has forgotten it. A carved wooden hand rests on a stone pedestal, fingers curved as if holding invisible things. You move forward slowly, drawn toward a wider hall ahead. The hall opens into a chamber that stretches higher than you can see. Shelves spiral upward like twisted towers, disappearing into shadow. Books float gently between the shelves, moving as if guided by unseen hands. The air hums with quiet energy, a low vibration that seems to sync with your heartbeat. You step carefully along a narrow pathway between floating shelves. A sudden shimmer catches your eye, a doorway appearing where none was before. The door is tall, carved of silver stone, etched with spirals and sigils that seem to shift when you look directly at them. You approach, hand reaching out slowly. The surface is warm, pulsing softly beneath your fingers. The door swings inward without sound, revealing a chamber unlike any you have seen before. It is circular, lined with tall, dark shelves that seem to absorb light. Objects rest upon the shelves, glowing faintly with inner light. A small mask floats in mid-air, shifting its expression as you watch. A sphere glimmers with colors that do not exist in any world you know. Books hum softly, turning their pages without anyone touching them. At the center, a pedestal rises above the floor. Upon it rests an orb of pale light, suspended in the air. You reach toward it, and the orb pulses gently, warmth brushing your skin. Visions flicker within, a tower collapsing into mist. Travelers moving across floating bridges, halls folding into themselves endlessly. You withdraw your hand slowly, letting the orb settle above the pedestal once more. A narrow stair spirals upward along the far wall, polished black stone, worn smooth by countless travelers. You begin to climb, the hum of the chamber fading behind you. At the top, another chamber awaits. Here the shelves are irregular, stacked at impossible angles, some floating, some embedded in walls. Books glow softly, humming in gentle rhythm. A crystal sphere rests on a pedestal at the center, tiny lights drifting within like captured stars. You reach out, and it pulses softly beneath your fingers. Visions appear, hallways of the library twisting, floating staircase, travelers moving slowly along paths that bend and fold. You step back slowly, letting the sphere settle. At the far side of the chamber, a pale archway glows faintly. You step through, leaving the chamber behind. The library stretches onward, endless corridors and chambers waiting without hurry. And as you move forward, you sense the world beyond the library, distant yet real. You pass through the pale archway, stepping into a chamber warmer than the corridors before. The air carries the scent of aged paper and something faintly metallic. Shelves curve around the room like concentric rings, stacked with books and objects glowing softly. Some books hover slightly above the shelves, moving slowly as if following invisible currents. A low hum fills the chamber, soft yet resonant, vibrating through your chest. You step carefully among the shelves, fingertips brushing against spines that shimmer faintly. Along the far wall, a narrow stair spirals downward, carved into stone, smooth and cool under your touch. You descend slowly, the hum growing softer with each step. At the bottom, the stair opens into a cavernous space, wider than anything you have seen. Shelves rise directly from the stone floor, some embedded, some floating. Books hum softly, turning pages as you walk past. In the center of the cavern, a pedestal of black marble rises. Upon it rests a small, obsidian cube, edges faintly glowing with inner light. You approach, and the cube pulses beneath your fingers. Visions appear, fragments of events long past, travelers walking corridors you have yet to explore, towers of glass collapsing into mist. You step back slowly, letting the cube settle once more. Along the far wall, a hidden door shimmers faintly. You step toward it, hand reaching out carefully. The surface ripples like water, faint symbols glowing beneath. The door opens without sound, revealing a chamber of floating platforms, each platform suspended in air, connected by ribbons of light that swayed gently. Books and objects rest upon the platforms, moving slowly as though carried by currents unseen. You step onto the first platform, feeling a subtle sway beneath your feet. The air hums softly, warm and comforting. Each platform carries you higher, deeper into the chamber. At the center, a pedestal rises above all others. Upon it rests a crystal globe. Inside, tiny lights drift like stars caught in liquid. You reach out, and the globe pulses softly beneath your fingers. Visions flicker inside, hallways twisting upon themselves, floating staircases, travelers moving slowly along paths that fold and bend. You touch your hand, letting the globe settle once more. At the far edge of the chamber, another glowing arch awaits. You step through, leaving the floating platforms behind. The library stretches onward, corridors and chambers waiting without hurry. And as you move forward, you sense the quiet weight of countless histories. You step through the glowing archway, leaving the floating chamber behind. The corridor narrows slightly, walls polished smooth, reflecting faint glimmers of light. The air feels warmer here, carrying the faint scent of wax and soft smoke. Books line the walls again, some stacked high, some floating mid-air. As you walk, you notice subtle changes in the shelves. Some seem to lean slightly toward you, others sway gently as if breathing. A low hum rises, soft at first, then stronger, vibrating through the stone beneath your feet. You pause, sensing that the library is aware of your presence. A small mirror appears along the wall, its surface rippling like liquid glass. When you look into it, your reflection smiles before you do. You step closer, and the mirror shimmers, showing not just you, but corridors and chambers you have yet to discover. You blink, and the vision fades, leaving only your calm reflection. Further down the corridor, a narrow stair spirals upward, carved into the stone itself. You climb slowly, each step echoing softly, the hum following you. The stair opens into a chamber bathed in pale golden light. Shelves rise in irregular spirals, stacked impossibly, some floating, some embedded in walls. Books hum gently, their pages turning without hands. A pedestal rises at the center. Upon it rests a crystal orb. The orb glows softly, pulsing in rhythm with your heartbeat. Visions flicker within, hallways bending upon themselves, travelers walking floating staircases, towers dissolving into mist. You reach out, the orb warms under your fingers. Images shift, showing a library older than time, corridors folding in on themselves, objects and books moving with purpose. You step back slowly, letting the orb settle. Along the far wall, another arch glows faintly. You move toward it, drawn by a quiet curiosity. The chamber behind you fades into shadow and soft light. The corridor ahead stretches endlessly, shelves and objects waiting without hurry. And as you walk forward, you sense the library observing you, patient, timeless. The corridor opens into a hall, unlike any before. Shelves twist in impossible angles, some leaning over the path, some rising straight into shadowed heights. Books float slowly between the shelves, turning their own pages, humming softly. The air shimmers faintly, carrying the scent of rain on stone, and something sweeter, like distant honey. A narrow stair spirals upward along the far wall, black stone polished, smooth. You begin to climb. The hum of the library echoing softly in time with your heartbeat. The stair opens into a chamber suspended in faint light. Here the shelves float in midair, arranged like islands. Objects and books rest upon them, some moving gently, some tilting toward one another. You step carefully from platform to platform, the air carrying a soft vibration that brushes your skin. A pedestal rises at the center of the chamber. Upon it rests a sphere of crystal. Inside, shifting lights drift like captured stars. You reach out, and the sphere pulses beneath your fingertips. Visions appear, towers of glass folding into mist, corridors bending upon themselves endlessly, travelers walking staircases that float through voids. You withdraw your hand slowly, letting the sphere settle again. A narrow arch glows ahead, pale and inviting. You step through, leaving the floating platforms behind. The chamber behind you fades into quiet light. The corridor beyond twists and turns, the shelves moving subtly as you pass. Books hum softly, turning pages on their own. A mirror appears along the wall, its surface rippling like liquid. When you look into it, your reflection smiles, shifting briefly into someone or something else. You step back slowly, unsure if it is warning or welcome. Ahead, another spiral stair rises, polished black stone, worn smooth. You climb once more, each step echoing softly. The stair opens into a new chamber. Here the shelves are arranged in impossible patterns, floating at angles that make your head tilt. Books glow faintly, humming in gentle rhythm. A crystal globe rests upon a pedestal at the center, tiny lights drifting like stars. You reach out, and the globe pulses softly beneath your fingers. Visions appear, hallways twisting, staircases folding, travelers moving along impossible paths. You step back slowly, letting the globe set. At the far edge of the chamber, another pale archway glows faintly. You step through, leaving the impossible chamber behind. The library stretches onward, endless corridors and chambers waiting without hurry. And as you move forward, you sense the quiet weight of time itself. The corridor widens, smooth stone underfoot, walls lined with shelves that seem calmer here. Books float slowly between the shelves, turning their own pages, humming softly. The air carries a gentle warmth, scented faintly of honey and soft parchment. A narrow stair spirals upward along the far wall, polished black stone worn smooth. You climb slowly, each step echoing softly, blending with the hum of the library around you. At the top, a chamber opens before you, circular and high-ceilinged. Shelves rise in gentle spirals, stacked in elegant patterns. Books glow softly, humming in quiet rhythm. Objects rest upon pedestals throughout the chamber, each pulsing with faint inner light. A small crystal sphere floats above a pedestal at the center. You approach slowly, feeling the gentle pull of curiosity. The sphere pulses softly beneath your fingers. Visions flicker inside, halls bending upon themselves, floating staircases, travelers moving slowly along paths that fold and twist. You step back slowly, letting the sphere settle once more. Along the far wall, A glowing arch beckons, pale and inviting. You move toward it, drawn by a quiet sense of anticipation. The chamber behind you fades into soft light. The corridor beyond is calm, shelves arranged neatly. Books hum softly, pages turning without hands. A mirror appears along the wall, its surface rippling faintly. When you look into it, your reflection smiles softly, calm and familiar. You step past the mirror, feeling a gentle pull toward the archway ahead. The stair spirals upward once more, smooth and black, worn by countless travelers. At the top, a serene chamber awaits, the shelves arranged in gentle arcs. Books and objects glow softly, pulsing in quiet rhythm. A crystal globe rests upon a pedestal, tiny lights drifting like captured stars. You reach out, and the globe pulses warmly beneath your fingertips. Visions appear, halls twisting softly, staircases floating gracefully, travelers moving slowly along what paths. You withdraw your hand, letting the globe settle. At the far edge of the chamber, another archway glows faintly. You step through, leaving the peaceful chamber behind. The library stretches onward, corridors and chambers waiting without hurry. And as you move forward, you feel the gentle presence of the library guiding you softly. The corridor ahead is quiet, lined with shelves that glow faintly. Books float gently between them, turning their own pages. The air is warmer here, soft as a whispered memory. You notice a faint light ahead, shimmering at the far end of the corridor. As you move closer, the light pulses gently, almost like a heartbeat. A narrow stair spirals upward along the wall, polished smooth by countless footsteps. You climb slowly, each step echoing softly in the stillness. At the top, a chamber opens before you, vast yet calm. Shelves rise in gentle curves, filled with glowing books and softly pulsing objects. A pedestal stands at the center. Upon it rests a small crystal sphere. You approach, the sphere warm beneath your fingers. Inside, visions shift softly, halls of the library folding gently, travelers moving along, floating staircases, soft light spilling across endless chambers. You step back, letting the sphere settle once more. Along the far wall, a glowing arch beckons, inviting and calm. You move toward it, feeling a sense of quiet anticipation. The corridor beyond the arch stretches gently, the shelves arranged in simple arcs. Books hum softly, their pages turning without hands. A mirror ripples along the wall, your reflection calm and familiar. You step past it, drawn toward the archway ahead. A faint golden light spills from above, bathing the corridor in warmth. You climb a final narrow stair, polished black stone, worn smooth. At the top, a chamber opens, the library's mysteries, feeling gently complete. Shelves rise in soft arcs, glowing books and objects pulsing quietly. A crystal globe rests upon a pedestal at the center, tiny lights drifting like captured stars. You reach out, and the globe pulses softly beneath your fingertips. Visions appear, corridors folding gently, staircases floating gracefully, travelers moving calmly along quiet paths. You withdraw your hand, letting the globe set. At the far edge of the chamber, another pale archway glows faintly. You step through, leaving the final chamber behind. The library stretches onward, corridors and chambers waiting without hurry. And as you move forward, you sense the quiet weight of all the knowledge you have encountered. The corridor ahead is calm, shelves arranged simply, their soft glow warm and inviting. Books float gently between the shelves, turning their own pages without hurry. The air carries the faint scent of honey and aged parchment, comforting and familiar. You walk slowly, each step steady and soft. A gentle hum fills the air, subtle yet grounding, vibrating softly through your chest. Along the wall, a mirror ripples faintly, your reflection, calm and serene. You pause, letting the quiet presence of the library settle around you. Ahead, a soft golden light spills from an open doorway. You move toward it, drawn by its warmth. The doorway opens into a small chamber, peaceful and high-ceilinged. Shelves curve gently along the walls, filled with softly glowing books and objects. A crystal globe rests on a pedestal at the center, tiny lights drifting slowly inside. You approach, feeling no need to touch, letting the calm of the chamber wash over you. Visions inside the globe shimmer gently, halls folding softly, staircases floating gracefully, travelers moving calmly along quiet paths. You step back, letting the globe rest quietly upon its pedestal. Along the far wall, a final arch glows softly, inviting yet serene. You step through, leaving the chamber behind. The corridor stretches gently forward, quiet and unhurried. Shelves line the walls, objects resting calmly upon them. Books hum softly, turning their pages without hands. You pause, taking a deep breath, feeling the weight of all the library's mysteries. The air is warm, the light soft, every sound gentle. Ahead, the corridor opens into an open space, bathed in golden light. No doors, no stairs, only calm, only quiet. You feel the library's presence all around you, patient, timeless, protective. A sense of completion settles within you, all questions softened, all curiosity satisfied for now. The air hums softly, the glow warm and steady. You take a slow step forward, letting your mind drift, your body soften. The library stretches endlessly in gentle calm, corridors and chambers waiting without hurry. And as you walk into the light, you feel safe, unhurried, ready for rest. The world beyond waits quietly, drifting just beyond the edge of thought. And here, in this peaceful moment, you settle fully, letting sleep carry you softly, waiting without hurry. The library before time has shared its stories, its mystery, its gentle timelessness, leaving you calm, ready to dream, and so your journey ends for tonight.